All right, quick performance, no box. Quick performance, no box. This is your call for your one and only timed run, 6 and 7. Per our usual Sunday traditions, all bracket cars getting one timed run today. So quick performance, no box. This is your call to 6 and 7, please. All right. Quick performance, no box, 6 and 7. We see some of you coming up. We need all of you coming up if you want your time run. Quick performance, no box, 6 and 7. And you know what? Let's have trophy as well. 8 and 9. Trophy, you might as well come up to 8 and 9 as well. Everybody, one time run today. All right. Nicole says to call the Super Juniors up. We're calling the Juniors up. Super to 5, Novice to 4. Excuse me. Why do I keep doing that? Super to 5, Novice to 4. So Juniors, this is your call as well. Trophy to 8, 9. Quick performance, no box 6 and 7. Let's have you all up here. Ladies and gentlemen, let's rise and take off our caps, if you will. Men, as we do the invocation for today's event, the blessing. So I'm handing the mic over to Lynn Garland as we speak.
Let's all bow our heads. Father, as we begin today, we thank you for another day. You truly know what we are setting out to accomplish. Give us your guidance and strength. I ask that you be with all the staff as they perform their jobs. Keep all the drivers, big and small, and everyone on these grounds safe and out of harm's way. In Jesus' name, amen.
All right, let's get this party started. All right, once again, no box. You're coming out right now for your one-timed run, so you should be on your way if you're not already here. Trophy to 8 and 9 as well. Super Juniors to 5, Novice Juniors to 4. All right, juniors to your cars. Juniors to your cars. You're coming out shortly. Juniors, let's get to your race cars. Get strapped in. All right, sportsmen, let's get you rolling. Your timed run, 6 and 7. Sportsmen, let's get you rolling. Timed run to 6 and 7 for sportsmen. Check that. Not sportsman. My mistake. Boy, I tell you what, guys, I got here early this morning. I'm not quite awake yet after a late night, and I keep screwing up. Sorry, guys. Do not come to the lane, sportsmen. It's no box bike to 5, box bike to 4. My mistake. No box bike to 5, box bike to 4. I skipped right over the motorcycles. I got to have a little more coffee, I guess. I'm going to head on down to Janet right now and get a refill. Sorry, guys. No box bike to 5, box bike to 4. Sportsman, you are on standby.
Sportsman, I need you up to lane 6 and 7. Sportsman, come up to lane 6 and 7.
All right, like Heath was saying a minute ago, we'll take Sportsman up. Lane 6 and 7 for your one and only timed run. Box, be ready. In fact, you know what? You might as well come on up, Box, because lanes 8 and 9 are open, so let's have you. 8 and 9, Box, first and only timed run. All right, sportsmen, you should be in 6 and 7. Let's go with box. Box and 8 and 9. Box, your call for your one and only time run. Let's have you up in 8 and 9. Box, this is your call. All right, boxcars 8 and 9. I don't see very many of you out there. We need you. You'll be out net pretty soon. So boxcars 8 and 9, please. All right, box racers, I understand we are missing a few of you yet from what I'm talking to the ladies up here. I hope you realize you're only getting one timed run today, and we will take off and go. So we need you up here if you want your timed run. Now, if you don't, that's a different subject. But if you want your one timed run, you should be on your way to lanes 8 and 9, box. All right, quick performance, no box, first round. Quick performance, no box, first round. Back to the lanes. Trophy, first round, back to the lanes. Trophy, you'll be in 8 and 9. No box, you'll be in 6 and 7. Quick performance, no box, first round, 6 and 7. Trophy to 8 and 9, first round action. All right, one more time. Quick performance, no box, 6 and 7, first round. Trophy, first round, 8 and 9. And we might as well get our juniors up here. Get you moving. Super to 5, novice to 4. First round action. All right, our buy run in no box. Dale Jones, car J557. Dale, if you're out there in lanes 6 or 7, bring her on up in 5. So Dale Jones, you're our first round buy in no box, car J557. First round buy in trophy, car 53F, I believe it is. I'm going to say Kurt Clark. Hard to read the registration, but it's car 537, our first round buy in trophy. Super Junior, our buy, Ryerlyn Snodgrass. So we know who you are, Ryerlyn. You are our first round buy in Super. Novice buy, Mason McGlynn. Mace, you got the first round buy in Novice Junior. Sportsman, Friday Night Phil Massick, car 428. You're our first round buy in Sportsman. And in top ET box, first round buy, Ted Cannon. Ted Cannon, our first round buy. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Gentlemen, take off your caps as we honor America with the playing of our national anthem. Let's go racing. Juniors, you have been called to the lane. Super to 5, novice to 4, first round action, trophy, and no box. You should be waiting around. Starting off right away today in our no box class, got electric on gas right out of the gate. Chris Setzer in the Tesla by the tower. Malachi Paxton, Fox Body Mustang. Malachi brought this car out last year for the first time. Struggled with reaction times for most of the year, but boy, he's getting a handle on it now. He keeps getting better and better as the week goes by, and I think he's got something for Setzer here today in no box. And I talk Malachi up, and he turns on the red light. That'll show me. So Chris gets the win first round, and Malachi going to have to get out the billfold to race second round. Brian Robinson is S10. Leon Robinson on a motorcycle. Robinson sleeping on the hit. It's going to cost him, I believe. Sure enough, Robinson with the win. And Leon Robinson was sleeping, not Brian Robinson. A couple of Robinsons side by side. So Brian gets the win. 78 with a 3 on his 76. Troy Bogner, green Camaro. I found out last week, I've been saying this gentleman's name wrong for about 5 years now. I've been calling him Bogner, and it is Bogner. Troy being the gentleman that he is, he didn't come up and kick my butt. Taking on Chris Thomas in the Cutlass. Troy sponsored by Cochran's Collision Center. Thomas with about $200 in his back pocket, and Troy might be in trouble. No, Troy gets the win anyway. Dead on with a 6 as Thomas falls off to a 43 with a 7 on his 40. Cost him the drag race. Tim Flynn in the Barracuda, 68 Barracuda out of Naperville. And with his Ford Falcon, here once again, Derek Snodgrass out of Albany. $200 in his back pocket for Derek. Win for Derek Snodgrass. Dead on with a 0. 017 up front. Sweet run for Snodgrass. Racing Jason Huggins up here with us, Monte Carlo. Runner out of Morrison, Illinois. Taking on Thomas Carroll in the Opal. Huggins with an advantage on the let go, and he'll get the win. 29 over, 022 up front. Carroll was dead on with a 4, but his 058 up front locked him out. Jay Steering, last night's quick performance, no box class winner. Had a great night. Taking on Tom Hansen, the red line man with his Studebaker. Jace owns him on the tree and gets the win. Nice 009 light for Darian, and he's ready to race once again, folks. Great to be young, as him and his compadres from the Quack Attack had a late night last night celebrating Jace's win, and he comes right out first round and cuts a 009 light. Good job. Parker Zimmerman, who I believe ran against Jace in the final last night, his white Firebird. Jacob Miner in the Camaro. Parker has a 400th advantage on the let go, and he'll take that to a win. 18 over, 019 up front for Parker. Good to see Pete McGlynn back out with the FVD this weekend. He's been taking a few weekends off from racing himself because he's got several kids he crew chiefs for. Was 3, down to 2 since PJ broke his wrist. Cole Robinson, the Adrian's Auto Malibu. Wow, Robinson with not a great red light. That's not like Cole in any way. He usually money on the tree, but he goes way red. Pete McGlynn with that victory. Steve Johnson, a beautiful Monte Carlo. Freedom Motorsports Lane, and Terry Heller in his Vegas sedan. Probably still got the wagon here as well. He was running both Vegas yesterday. Steve's got his car for sale. So if you love this little Monte Carlo, and I do, and you want to go racing in our no box class, talk to Steve. Red light start for Steve Johnson. 003 on the hit for Heller. Yowza, nice light. He ends up 8 over with the 003, so 011 package for Terry Heller to start the day off. Brendan Wheat's White Trash Vega. Brendan likes that spectator side mostly, so a little unusual to see him in the tower lane. He must have got forced over here with the matchups. Taking on Tyler Barsama in the Oldsmobile bubble. Couple young guys who cut great lights. Couple of hitters here at the racetrack. This ought to be a heck of a drag race. Brennan has an 010, Tyler has an 015. Breakout run for Tyler, win to Brennan. 10 over, 010 up front for Brennan Wheats. Ted Stenson over here in the Mustang. Tyler Brooks, the Tangerine Dream, running out of Prophettsville. Last call trophy, 8 and 9, last call. Stinson, 011 red light. Brooks win. Kevin Lancaster, 37 Chevy. Mike Cole in the Mustang. Cole with a slight advantage on the hit. And he takes that to a win, 5 over on his 676 dial. 018 reaction time for Mike Cole in the Ford Mustang. Wags Racing, this is Mark Wagner in the little Chevette. This car also for sale, been for sale for a while. Also can take this thing no box racing. I guarantee you Mark's to the point where he'll shoot you a deal if you want to take this car off his hands. Scotty Parker on the two-wheeled machine. Mark with not a winning reaction time. He's a little rusty, been a few years since he's been out here, so he will not like that reaction time on his time slip. Cost him the drag race. Scotty Parker, 628 with a 9 on the 609. Pretty sure Drew Beal is piloting his own Camaro for a change. Yowza, because Dalton can't race right now. And Dalton's been living in this thing for a couple of years, but Drew's in it right now. Picking on Jen Wilson. Jenny brought her Camaro out this weekend. First time I've seen this car in a while. She's usually running her family dragster. Drew's got her on reaction time, and he takes the win. 52 with a 6 on the 45. Jen did not have the reaction time that she wanted. I guarantee you that. She won't be happy when she sees the slip. Probably just a tad rusty in the Camaro, as she's been piloting that dragster for several years now. But I knew she still had the Camaro. She just wasn't racing it. She brought it out this weekend. Jimmy Pruitt, the Beretta. And 00 Doug Lancaster in his Nova. Pruitt running out of Fulton, Illinois. Lancaster, he runs out of Morrison. Pruitt with about 300ths on the let-go, and he gets the win, and 34 on the 30. So 40 over, 057 on the reaction time. Jimmy Pruitt, and he gets the win. Grant Zimmerman went in yesterday's action leading no box points. Got kicked out, I believe, in second round. So that cost him a little bit of movement there. Not sure where the points are right now. We're figuring that out as we speak. Nate Schrader, B-Wrench and S10. Pretty good reaction times, as I would expect out of these two young men. Double breakout win for the Nader. 614 with a 9 on a 6-6 team. As Grant takes too much stripe, cost him the win. Steve Agnish in the Oldsmobile, Mike Clark in the Monte Carlo. Clark with the win, 645 with a 9, 645 ET. 0-0-0-1 light for Clark. That's a nice run. 0-10 package for Mike Clark, and that'll get the job done. Maureen Lancaster in the 69 Camaro. Rally Sport option, I can tell by the headlights. It's a cool looking machine. Taking on Tom Clemmy on the motorcycle. Clemmy has about 300ths reaction time advantage, and he takes that to a win. Dead on with a 5, 035 up front, 040 package, Tom Clemmy. Following the 69 Camaro right on down the track, this is a 67 Camaro, 2 years older, piloted by Mike Peterson Jr. He's been bringing this thing to the racetrack many years now. Bobby Ants Jr. in the Bandit Chevette. Win goes to Peterson in the Camaro. Ince Jr. still figuring out on how to launch that little Chevette. It's a different animal than his Nova, and he's still getting used to it. Siobhan Warner, my fellow announcing bud, over here by the tower in his third-gen Camaro. Ryan Robinson, running his own car today, I believe. Brian Barton was running that car yesterday and went all the way to the quarterfinals with it. Did quite well. All right, bikes, needed the lanes. No box to 5, box to 4. Bikes to the lanes, no box to 5, box to 4. Here's your call. Siobhan with a nice 033 light. Breakout run for Robinson. Win for Siobhan. He's dead on with a 5 with that 033. Dale Jones over here with that beautiful 65 Dodge Coronet running against yet another Coronet, also a 65, Norm Wheats. So a couple Coronets side by side right on the line. Two pretty good lights. We got a drag race between these two Dodge products. Win goes to Dale Jones Jr. 39 with a 3 on his 37. As Norman fell off to a 97 with a 4 on his 95. Margin of victory, 5 thousandths of a second. That was a drag race. Andrew Dykema with his S10. Running her in no box today. He moves this thing from no box to trophy to sportsman to no box. He races about 3 different classes, but today he's in no box. The Turtle Man, Turtle Coil on the motorcycle. Whoa, Turtle shoots the lights out of the tree. 003 light. He's got Dykema in trouble. And this is trophy, by the way, so sure enough, Turtle gets the win as they go all the way quarter mile. 876 with a 1 on the 873 dial. Once again, no box bike to 5, box bike to 4. This is your call, first round eliminations. Only got 3 in trophy today, and this is our bye run. Kurt Clark. Next out will be our Super Juniors Novice Junior. PJ McGlynn is going to take over the mic and do the juniors for me like he did yesterday.
on the Freedom Motorsports lane is Bailey Painter down at 802, racing loud and earnest down at 921. Bailey with the advantage on the tree. Bailey Painter takes the win run 806 on her 802 dial. Chloe McGlynn, Dowden at an 802, racing Remington Snodgrass, Dowden at a 790. Remington's got Chloe on the tree by 1/10. Remington takes the win, running 791 on his 790 dial. Ruby Clark, Dowden at a 796, racing Jackson Reed, Dowden at a 913. Ruby 005. Jackson might be in trouble. Ruby Clark takes the win, running at 798 on her 796. Cameron's Dowden at an 80, racing James Cole Dowden at a 790. Cam's got James in a pretty tough position on the tree. James takes the win, running a 793 on his 790. Cam runs an 823 on her 80. Frankie McGlynn Dowden in a 794, racing Tanner Lesson Dowden at a 797. Separated by two Hyundai on the tree. Double breakout round. Frankie runs 4th over. Tanner runs 3 Hyundai over. We need sportsmen in lane 6 and 7. Sportsmen, lane 6 and 7. Sydney Johnson down in at 797, racing Laney Thomas down in at 802. Laney turns it red, giving Sydney the automatic win. Clayton Pryor down in at 901, racing Marley Clark down in at 816. Marley turns it red, giving Layton the win. Bailey Noby down in at 796, racing Gunner Painter down in at 897. Gunner's got her on a tree by 400. Gunner takes the win, running an 899 on his 897 dial. Declan Dugan down in at an 837, racing Jaden Reeves down in at an 810. Declan's got Jaden on the tree. Double breakout round. Declan runs 200th over and Jaden runs 300th over. Landon Ernest down in at 828, racing Julian Full down in at a 776. them turn it red. Landon turns it just a bit more red, giving Jill the win. Haley Dieters down in at a 760, racing Thomas Coolin down in at a 795. Thomas turns it red, giving Kaylee the win. Parker Phillips down in at 796, racing Kaylee Dignes down in at 810. Separated 1 thou on the tree. Ooh. Kylie breaks out 11 thou, giving Parker the win. Alexa Burlett down in 762, racing Maddie McGlynn down in at 815. Alexa won the race yesterday. Alexa turns it 11 red, giving Maddie the win. Gracie Schaefer down in at 896, racing Luke Kaufman down in at a 935. Luke Scott Gracie on the tree by a ton. Luke takes the win, running 936 on his 935 dial. Calvin Holt down in an 894, racing Cammy Berkler down in at an 825. Cammy's got him on the tree. 50 hundy. 5 hundy. Cam takes the win, running dead 8. Ireland Snodgrass down in at 790, racing J-Mo Clark down in at a 922. J-Mo has Ryer on the tree. J-Mo breaks out, giving Ryer the win. We need box to the lanes, box to the lanes. Kai Cryer in the Freedom Motorsports lane dialed in at an 1199 racing. Racing Jace Loomis dialed in at a 1432. Kai's gonna have to sit there for about 3 seconds till he can launch. Kai's got him on the tree by a ton. Jace breaks out, trying to make up the difference, giving Kai Cryer the automatic win. We have Elijah Warner dialed in at a 12:36 racing. Rice Dignes dialed in at a 12:25. Elijah Warner, 000. Rice is in trouble. Double breakout round. Elijah Warner takes the win. Breaking out 5 thou. Rice breaks out 300. Great light, Elijah. Mason McGlynn, our bye run.
Boy, many thanks to PJ for taking the juniors for me. Gives me a chance to get out and say hi to some of the juniors in the lanes, get a chance to head over to concessions and get me a little more coffee. And by the way, concessions is open, currently open. Hamburgers, hot dogs, walking tacos, nachos, the full array of food for the track. French fries, cheese fries. So head on over. They are open and willing to serve. Pepsi products, bottled water, Rockstar energy drink. Concessions currently open here at Cordova. And we are at about 11 o'clock, so we're getting to lunchtime. So if you want to beat any kind of rush we'll have for lunch, head on over to concessions and see Janet and the boys. Get yourself set up. Motorcycle first round. This is no box first. Scotty Parker, Leon Robinson. Parker in the red jersey, Robinson with the blue bike. Scotty Parker turns on the old red eye. 003 was his flavor of red. So Robinson with the win. Leon ends up going 82 with a 2 on his 79. Couple more no box warriors. That's Mike White. He came into the week number 2 in points, right behind Tom, and got beat, I believe, in third round by Tom. So that'll cost him a bit in his quest to take Clemmy off the throne. He's in that yellow Kawasaki running against Zach Durham by the tower. Double O White for 001 for White. Nice hit. He shoots all the bulbs out of the tree. Gets the win nonetheless. 58 on the 52 for Mike White. Jeremy Wildman had brand new leathers on yesterday. They looked like a leopard, black and white leopard. He's back to his black leathers today, wondering why. Pat Finder taking him on, and Wildman should have stuck to those leopard print leathers because he goes 010 red with the black leathers. I'm sure that's bad luck. So Pat Finder, the win. Dead on, 044 light. Here comes our points leader, Mr. Tom Clemmy and Old Pinky. By the tower, Freedom Motorsports lane. Randy Lynch taking him on in the Burke's Farm Store lane. Once again, box to 8-9, box to 8-9, first round action. Sportsmen, you should be getting ready to come out in 6 and 7. Lynch not with a great light, and that's going to cost him against Clemmy, and he takes way too much stripe trying to make up the difference. Tom Clemmy the win. 81 with a 6 on the 73 dial. Kyle Carter in the bright orange machine. Joe Clemmy on the silver Suzuki Freedom Motorsports lane. Whoa, and Carter has some mechanical issues. He might have missed a gear, because it looks like the bike's running fine, so it might be a tranny problem. He missed another gear, so yeah, I'm thinking there's a transmission problem going on with Carter's machine. Joe Clemmy with the win. All right, last pair of our motorcycles. This is our box bikes. Dan McCartan over here on the red machine. And the Turtle Man, Thomas Cole, the blue one. .004 on the hit for McCartan. And he gets the win. It's 5:17 with a 9 on the 5:15 ET. And right in the Sportsman we go. Sportsman quarter mile. So we're converting from 8th mile racing to quarter mile racing just like that. As our Sportsmen go what they call full pull, 13:20. That's Brandon Phillips. 4 Doors of Fun, the big black Impala out of Fulton, taking on Jason Smith, his AMC Javelin out of LeClaire. Was saying yesterday, it's good to see Jason back at the track. He missed the first 3 races of our bracket point series, working on the car, I believe. Pretty similar on the hit. $14.93 with a 2 is Brandon Phillips' time, and that'll be good enough for the win. Chris Tesler over here in the Tesla. Freedom Motorsports side, Brandon Keller. The gas-powered Chevrolet Camaro. Clean and green, and down the 13:20 we go. Breakout run for Tesler, Christopher, in the Electromobile, and he doesn't do that much, so that's unusual. 8 thousandths under. So Keller gets the win, 32 with a 7 on his 32, so dead on. Good run by Braden. Andrew Dykema, Terry Heller in the Vega, Dykema in the S10 truck. Good green light starts for both of these racers. Win goes to Heller. 09 with an 8 on his 08 dial. Jamie Rexroad in the Malibu. Greg Wheats in the Challenger. Wheats in at 1265, Rexroad 1212, so the gunmetal gray Dodge is going to get a bit of a handicap head start. Unfortunately, he takes way too much of a handicap head start and red lights. So win goes to Jamie Rexroad just like that. Sportsman, you should be, Box, you should be in lanes 8 and 9. You're coming out next. Brandon Phillips, you will be the buy-in box. Next pair of Sportsman racers, Bucky in his Firebird and Mrs. Kirby Stinson, it says, in the Mustang. Yow. First-year driver, she's still learning. Bucky straps her with a perfect light. That's not very nice to do to a first-year driver. And he'll get the win as Mrs. Kirby Stinson goes 011 red. All right, quick performance, no box, back to 6 and 7. Let's have you. Quick Performance No Box back to 6 and 7. That's both buyback cars and winners. Buyback's done in the trailer these days, not in the lanes. We should know that by now. So, Quick Performance No Box back for second round action, 6 and 7. Christopher Peterson, 56 Chevrolet. Jim Peterson, couple of Peterson side by side. Different modes of transportation as Big Jim's in his big Dodge Ram pickup. Peterson, Jim, that would be, went into the Cordova Hall of Fame last year. Well deserving, in my opinion. Double breakout win for Chris Peterson in the 56. Norm Peterson piloting his daughter's Trans Am. Keeping the seat warm, you might say, for her till she gets back to racing. She's a mother these days, full-time housewife. Friday night, Phil Masick in his white Nova, Perky's Farm Store Lane. Win for Storm and Norman, 1429 on the 1423 dial. And here we go with box. First round action for these guys, and right off the hit, we got a heck of a matchup. Prime time, Chick Class champ, Pat McGlynn by the tower. Last night's winner in our box class, Sean Dieters, Spectator Lane. So right away, we got champ on champ. And it's going to take a good light and cozy and right up to their ET to win this race. Once again, we'll take our Quick Performance No Box to 6 and 7, second round action. Quick Performance No Box to 6 and 7. Second round action. Trophy, you are on standby, and it will not be a long one, but we got cars in the lanes right now, so we can't call you up here. Starting crew taking care of Dieters over there in the spectator side as he got a little fluid on his front right racing tire, but he's ready to go now. Got her pre-staged. Pat coming in as well. Pat McGlynn doing what he does, 008 light, and he'll get the win as Dieters breaks out trying to make up the difference. Pat McGlynn, 93 with a 6. Brody Degnitz went to the final last night against Dieters. The silver dragster by the tower. Taking on the Titan electric machine, PJ Mazuka. So we know Degnitz is on his game. Did really well last night. Let's see if PJ has something for him. Pretty similar on the hit. Brody Degnitz the win, 69 with a 9 on the 68. Bobby Ince Jr. in the Chevette. Jake Stansberry in his dragster. Ince Jr. running out of Kewanee, Stansberry out of Bettendorf. So, a little Illinois on Iowa crime. Illinois in the door car, Iowa in the dragster. Almost identical green light starts and good ones. Breakout run for Ince Jr. He goes under by 0.02 of a second. Locks him out of the race. Stansbury 74 with a 4 on the 67. 008 up front for Stansbury. 009 light for Ince Jr. Boy, he's going to be kicking himself. He was so close to winning the door car, that is. 0.02 of a second is the difference in that race between winning and losing. Tricky Ricky Verkler, the shorty dragster. Anthony Lane in the full-length machine, and we're looking at a good race here, folks. Couple of accomplished gentlemen. Been doing this for a long time, each of them. A lot of wins under both belts. Anthony has some track championships under his belt. 0.26 red for Rick. So Anthony will get the win. Dead on with a 6 for Anthony Lane. Trooper Dan Lassart went some rounds yesterday with the River Cities Engineering dragster. Looks like Brian Barton back in Ryan Robinson's ride. Barton dialed 640, Trooper Dan 506, so Barton going to get about a 1.5 second handicap head start. Pretty good lights by both of them. Lassart breaks out, win goes to Barton, dead on with a 1:016 reaction time. And he's liking that Monte Carlo more and more, I'm thinking. Kevin Verkler, the mechanized bridge work over here by the tower. Mark Clark, 69 Z28 Camaro. Once again, we'll take our quick performance, no box, back to 6 and 7, second round action. No box. 6 and 7, second round action. 005 on the hit for Verkler, 010 for Clark. Win goes to Verkler. Dead on with a 4 on his 464 dial. So that makes a 009 package for Kevin, and that gets the job done. Jeffy Wheats, the patriarch of Wheats Family Racing in his Barracuda. Sponsored by Bushy's Bar and Grill, Memories in the Making. Katie Tucker out of Morrison, Illinois, and Allen's Automotive. Luke Cryer in his all-red dragster. Wasn't running yesterday, got her out today. Cryer 005 on the red side. That will lose him the race. As they both break out, doesn't matter. All right, we're whittling down our box category. We'll take trophy back to lanes 8 and 9. Trophy back to lanes 8 and 9. And as long as we're calling them, we'll take the juniors as well. Super to 5, novice to 4. Everybody into second round action. Scotty Marsden over here by the tower. Joe Clemmy on the motorcycle. Marsden trying to chase the bike down. Marsden gets the job done. 92 with a 5 on his 87. Clemmy falls off to a 92 on his 85. So that cost him the drag race. Couldn't quite cover the ET. Couple ladies coming to the stripe. This is Chrissy Dieters in the 66 Le Mans. Hannah Ince in her S10. Chrissy watched her husband win top eliminator / box last night. Couldn't have been happier for him. Would like to do the same today in box, as she went a lot of rounds. I think she went all the way to semifinals with the Pontiac. Once again, trophy to 8 and 9, super to 5, novice to 4. Trip zips both sides. Wow, 2 perfect lights, but Hannah has issues right on the hit. Truck shuts off immediately. Chrissy Dieters with a win. Wow, you do not see that often. Trip zips on both sides of the ladder. Too bad Hannah could not make the run. That would have been awesome to see who came out on top, but she broke something in the little pickup truck. And that makes 5 perfect lights we have had this weekend. 5, including yesterday, obviously, into today. As Chrissy and Hannah both go trip zip right on the hit. Once we've got a quiet moment here, once again, we'll take trophy to 8 and 9, super junior to 5, novice junior to 4. Brandon Phillips and his dragster, also running his 4-door Impala in Sportsman, I believe. Dan Beal in the Camaro. Danny built this car himself about 5 years ago, I believe. Doesn't get it out every week, but gets it out just enough to keep the lubrication fresh, you might say, and all the components. Dan, the retired contractor out of Hillsdale, Illinois. 005 on the hit for Phillips, and Danny might have a problem. Sure enough, he breaks out trying to make up the difference. Brandon Phillips the win, 37 with a 6 on his 36 dial. All right, here we go. Quick performance, no box. Second round. Couple of silver machines. One of them electric powered, the other one gasoline. Funny how we got this matchup. Dougie Lancaster liked to talk to Chris about his electric car last year. They shared a lot of crap talk between each other, you might say. And then Dougie got a ride in the electric mobile at the end of the season. So, Double O Doug up against Chris right here, and Doug turns on the red light. Chris sets her with the win. Brandon Wheats double and the Vegamon, the old white trash machine. Mike Cole, the red Mustang. .001 on the hit for Wheats. Yow, nice light. He'll get the win. 98 with a 2 on his 93. That light brought him a lot of territory that he could play with at the stripe, and he used it. Brian Johnson and the Chevrolet S10. Tyler Barsama. Big Sista's Oldsmobile Cutlass. All right. Robinson in at 676, Tyler in at 667, so not much of a difference in their launches. Robinson goes red. Tyler Barsama win, 016 reaction time for Ty. 68 with a 4 on his 67, so 14 over. 030 package, Tyler Barsama. Jim Pruitt in the Beretta, Mike Clark in the Monte Carlo. Once again, we'll take our juniors back to the lane, super and novice, 5 and 4. You know where you go. Trophy to 8 and 9. Clark with a bad reaction time. There's really no way to say it. He's not going to like it. And he breaks out trying to make up the difference. Jimmy Pruitt with a win. Dead on with a 1. 047 up front for Jim. Steve Agnish up here in his Oldsmobile. Steve Johnson. Monte Carlo. Battle of the Steves. One piloting an Oldsmobile, the other one piloting a Chevrolet. Johnson with 300ths in his back pocket. Breaks out. Oh boy, he had the advantage and he couldn't cover at the stripe. Agnes, 727 on the 726. Johnson going to be kicking himself. He had the race covered. He goes too quick, just barely too quick at the stripe. Malachi Paxton out here with the Mustang. Chris Thomas, the Oldsmobile Cutlass. Tim Flynn in the 68 Plymouth against Cole Robinson and his Chevrolet Malibu. Oh boy, Tim has a big advantage on the hit, and he'll turn that into a win. Dead on with a 4 for Tim Flynn, 019 lights, so a little 025 package for Tim, and that'll advance him on to third round. Parker Zimmerman been doing damage this weekend in the Firebird. Had a good weekend. Went to the final last night, taking on Tom Clemmy. So this ought to be a pretty good little matchup. Zimmerman with an 019 light. That's 2 019 lights, I think, in a row over here in the Freedom Motorsports lane, and he gets the win. Parker's really on a roll. 35 with a 1 on a 31. Jace Deering by the tower. Last night's winner, as I expressed earlier in our no box class. Did a great job. Jacer's had some issues sealing the deal here the last year or two. He gets to finals, can't quite cover. He got it done last night. And looks like Derek Snodgrass might be having some issues with the Ford Falcon. So legally, they can put him on the clock. It's up to Jace. Give him 2 minutes exactly to pull it together. And it sounds like Derek got the Ford refired. So thanks to Jace for waiting him out. That's what drag racers do. They don't want to win on a competition buy. They want to win. They want to race. Nobody come here to run down the racetrack by themselves all day long. Snodgrass, double 044 red. And Jacer with the win. Hi, Pete McGlynn over here in the FED. Leon Robinson. In the 2007 Kawasaki 2X14 is what I'm told. Used to ride motorcycles when I was a younger guy. I don't do it. I haven't done it for a lot of years now, so I've kind of lost track in the last 20 years of the technology for motorcycles. But as fast as they have gotten at this track, it has come quite a ways. Robinson, red light. Pete McGlynn, win. He backdoors it, 46 with a 1 on the 45. Troy Bogner went red, I believe, first round. And Troy, usually quite an effective drag racer, has had some few issues this weekend, I should say, but he'll get her straightened out. I have no doubt about that. Scotty Parker is opposition, 84 Kawasaki. Double 05 light for Bogner. Bogner, I should say. I'm saying it wrong again, and he gets the win. 608 with a 9 on a 605, and it's going to take me a minute to get that name right, guys, so be patient with me. I've been saying it wrong for so long. 37 Chevy, Kevin Lancaster. This is Doug's cousin. Built this car himself, painted this car himself. Beautiful race car. Runs out of Shannon, Illinois. Take it on Tyler Brooks and the Tangerine Dream. Brooks does him a favor, turns on the red light. Lancaster will get that victory. He goes out the back, 631 with an 8 on the 629, but he probably seen the red light come on. Little Camaro on Mustang crime coming at you, folks. And that's a big-time burnoff for Jacob Miner. He did that in our timed run, too, so he's probably got brand-new slicks on the back of that Camaro, because that's what you do. You try to get to that fresh, soft, sticky rubber, as brand-new slicks are just a little waxy on the outside when they are new. Chad Stinson and the Mustang by the tower taking him on. The Ford has the advantage. Stinson with a win. 76 with a 2 on the 570 ET. And here comes Mr. Siobhan Warner. '69 Camaro is Maureen Lancaster. Third generation Camaro in the spectator side. First generation Camaro tower side. Red light start for Lancaster. 002 is the flavor of the red. Siobhan Warner gets the win. He breaks out. Doesn't matter. Racing Jason Huggins is Monte Carlo. Bobby Ince Jr. in the Chevette. Now, Bobby can cut some killer lights with this little Chevrolet, but he's having trouble with his consistency yet as he gets used to this new ride. James Bond light for Bobby Ince Jr. He might have this. Sure enough, Ince Jr. 622 with a 2 on the 660 dial. 007 up front. Storm and Norman Wheats. And the Dodge, the 65 Polara. Coronet, excuse me. I've done that before, and I got to stop. Nate Schrader over here in the Chevrolet truck. '16 on the hit for Nader. He'll get the win. 16 with a 9 on the 1614 ET. And here comes Mike Peterson Jr., 67 Camaro. Ryan Robinson is racing his car, so they're double dealing on this race car. Boy, the red Monte Carlo making a lot of laps. Robinson running it. Brian Barton running it. I hope they bought a gas station on the way here because they're going through the fuel. Peterson sponsored by Allen's Automotive out of Erie, Illinois. And Peterson turns on that red light. So Robinson's going to get the win, and that red Monte Carlo going to make more runs down this racing surface. Couple smallish race cars, you might say. Both these guys are compact cars. The Vega, a compact car. The Chevette, a compact car. The Chevette, Mark Wagner. The Vega, Terry Heller. '15 on the hit for Heller, and Wagner's got an issue. He's going to lose this race. Terry Heller, 700 with a 2 on the 690. believe Drew Beal in the red Pontiac, and I'm pretty certain that's true because Dad's sitting on the fence right behind him. Dale Jones, 65 Dodge Corvette. Whoa, Danny. Drew with a nice 001 light, and that will get the job done as Jones red lights. Beal red lights, or goes too fast, doesn't matter. He hit that nice 001 light, did it for him. On to our motorcycle classes, no box and box. And because of that, we will take sportsmen to the lane. Sportsmen. Whoa, my mistake, my mistake. Trophy final. All right, trophy final. My mistake, trophy final. Hold on everything else. I got thrown off. So here we go, and it is Kurt Clark over here by the tower, Turtle Cole, taking him on spectator lane. Oh, Turtle with a 007 red, and that decides it right there. Kurt Clark with a win in our trophy class here today. Junior's going to be out next. And our junior contingent of announcers, we have a couple of them up here in the tower, and they'll take care of that for them.
Painter in the Freedom Lane, Dowden at an 8:01. In the Berkey side, Chloe McGlynn Dowden at an 8:01. First to the finish line wins this one, but they still cannot break out. Chloe's got Bailey on the tree, 700. Chloe McGlynn takes the win, running an 8:05 on her 8:01 dial, and Bailey runs an 8:06 on her 8:01.
Sydney Johnston in the Freedom Motorsports lane and Remington Snodgrass in the Berkeley lane. Sydney's dialed is 797 and Remington Snodgrass is dialed is 790. Remington win. So Sydney will take the win. Jameson Clark in the Freedom Motorsports lane dialed a 920. Jaden Reeves in the Berkey's lane dialed an 808. Test. Jaden with the advantage on the tree. Jaden will take the win with the 815 on his 808.
McGlynn in the Freedom lane, dialed in at a 793, racing Gunnar Painter, dialed in at a 90. Gunner with the advantage on the 3, 400. Gunner takes the win, running 2 off. Frankie runs 5 off. That's just how racing works.
Laney in the Berkey's lane dialed an 8, and James Full in the Freedom Motorsports dialed a 790. Laney with the advantage on the tree. Laney will take the win, running an 8 on her 8.
Wait, Kaylee Dieter's dialed in at a 757, racing Maddie McGlynn, dialed in at an 811. Maddie with the advantage on the launch. Maddie takes the win, running 2 over. Kaylee just couldn't make up the difference on the start line.
Gracie's in the Freedom Motorsports lane dialed in 896, and Jackson Reeves dialed in 913 for Berkey's lane.
Men to the lanes, sportsmen to the lanes.
Jackson with the advantage on the tree. Jackson will take the win, running as 917 on his 913.
Loud and Earnest in the Freedom Lane dialed in at a 922, and Cami Verkler in the Berkey's Lane dialed in at a 826. And flips it red, giving Cammy the win.
Falcon Holt in the Freedom Motorsports lane 94. Dialed in at 939. Alvin with the advantage on the tree. Alvin will take the win, running an 801, 901 on his 894.
Of Landon Ernest out in at an 830 racing. Tanner Liston out in at a 795. Landon with the advantage on the let go. Tanner doesn't make it work, giving Landon the win.
Jill Full in the Freedom Motorsports lane dialed a 776, and Kylie dialed an 809. go red, but Kylie goes red first, so Jill will take the win.
Declan Dugan dialed in at an 8:35 race, and Thomas Cooden dialed in at a 7:94. Declan's got Thomas on the let go. And Declan takes the win. Taking stripe, 1 foul.
Bailey Nofield in the Freedom Motorsports lane dialed a 796, and Alexa Burlett in the Berkey's lane dialed a 757. Bailey, the advantage on the tree. Alexa Burlett will take the win, running a 762 on her 7. Ruby Clark in the Freedom Motorsports lane dialed a 798, and Cam Rich in the Berkey's lane dialed an 8. Cam with the advantage on the tree. Cam takes the win, running an 810 on her 8. Parker Phillips in the Freedom Motorsports lane dialed a 796, and Leighton Cryer in the Berkey's lane dialed a 901. Parker goes red. Leighton will take the win. 903 on his 901.
Ryerland Snodgrass is our bye run.
5 nubs. Man, you are for the crowd.
McGlynn dialed in at 12:31 racing. To the lanes, sportsmen to the lanes. We need sportsmen to the lanes.
6 and 7.
6 and 7. Mason is racing Race Dinguez. Dialed in at a 12:20. Mason's dialed in at a 12:31. Ooh, Rice has got Mason on the tree by a country mile. Race Dinguez gets the win. Run taking stripe almost 2 tenths.
Ty Cryer in the Berkey's Lane dialed at 12:11. Jace Loomis dialed 14:14 in the Freedom Motorsports Lane. Ty with the advantage on the tree. Ty Cryer takes the win, running at 12:22 on his 12:11. Elijah has the bye.
Thank you to Marley and PJ for taking care of the juniors for me. Gives this old man a break. And always enjoy having the kids up in here in the tower. They add a little life to the place. Box, we will take you to 8 and 9. Box, come on up to 8 and 9 for your second round of action. But out next will be our motorcycles who thank their class advertisers, Clemmy Performance, Durham Construction, and 9966 Holdings. No box out first. I think as our no box final, the winner of this will go ahead and start racing in the box class as they combine the no box and box as soon as they can in our motorcycle class we have here today and have run since 2025. Leon Robinson by the tower, Scotty Parker, Berkey's Farm Store Lane. Robinson, red light, Parker win. So Scotty Parker will advance on, start running with the box machines. All right, Mike White, the yellow cow. Turtle, Thomas Turtle Cole. In the blue cow. Thought it was a Kawasaki. I had to check here to make sure. So a couple Kawasaki's side by side. Turtle has white covered by 400. Turtle Cole with the win. 578 with a 9 on the 573 T. Joe Clemmy by the tower, Freedom Motorsports side. Pat Finder taking him on in the black machine, sponsored by Cycle Shop out of Manhattan, Kansas. Almost the same reaction time. I kind of crossing my similar and the same. It was pretty close. 023 one side, 028 the other. The 023 being Joe Clemmy, the 023 the win. He goes 92 with a 5 on the 90 dial. And here we go. Tom Clemmy, class points leader on Pinky, taking on Kyle Carter. .008 lights for both racers. We got a run here. Win to Kyle Carter. He takes Clemmy out. And the rest of the motorcycle class says thank you very much. Kyle Carter, 595 with a 6 on his 89 as Clemmy fell off a little bit. Both had .008 lights. Sweet job by a Kyle Carter. Jeremy Wildman over here in that beautiful green Suzuki, I think. Zach Durham taking him on in the Berkey's Farm Store Lane. Problems for Wildman. He gets out about half track. Motorcycle starts mixing it up cylinder-wise. He pulls over to the side. She starts running a little better. So he gets her down the track, but you know what? He won. Zach Durham went out over in that spectator lane, did not look back, broke out, went 597 on a 6.0. So Wildman going to have to get that machine straightened out because even though he had issues mechanically, he won that race. And Zach Durham sees the replay of that run, and he is not going to be happy. He had a beautiful 003 light, threw that away on a breakout run. Jan McCartan with a bye run. Box, you've been called to 8 and 9. Box to 8 and 9 for your next round. Okay, on we go to Sportsman. These guys going 13:20, full pull quarter mile. Brandon Phillips also got a dragster on the property today. This is his door car. He ran this well before he ever bought that dragster. He's had some pretty good luck in the Impala. I shouldn't say luck. Brandon's a skilled drag racer. Andrew Dykema over here in the Chevrolet S10 pick-em-up truck. Green light starts for both racers. Brendo with the win, 1482 on the 1477. Has about 400ths in his to his credit on the hit, and he uses that at the stripe to get the win. Here's Greg Wheats, the challenger. Braden Keller in the Camaro. And if memory serves me right, these two went head-to-head last night in Sportsman. And I believe Keller came out on top. Clean and green by both these racers. Breakout run for Wheats, win for Keller. Dead on with an 053 light. Good run for Braden, I should say. Dead on his ET. Decent light. That'll get it done. All right, Storm and Norman Wheats in the Trans Am. Mrs. Kirby Stinson, the convertible Mustang. Stinson learning, first year driving this thing. She's the wife of no box driver Chad Stinson. And a very supportive wife. She's getting her opportunity to race. Unfortunately, right there, 004 red for Stinson, and Norm will get that victory. Terry Heller with the Vega wagon. And I've seen Terry come out to the racetrack for many years now, been announcing for a while now. I don't remember him ever bringing both Vegas at the same time on a bracket race, but he did this weekend, Saturday and Sunday both. Running the sedan in no box and running the wagon here in Trophy. I'm sorry, Sportsman. And Chris Setzer, or Chris Tesler as we're calling him these days, in the Tesla. Sets her in deep. Heller with a fender on him. Let's see what happens at the stripe. Chris Tesler with a win. 1242 on the 1238. All right, we'll take our no box cars back. Third round. Quick performance no box to 6 and 7. Third round. Chris Peterson, the 56 Chevy, Jamie Rex Road in the Malibu. About an 88, 89. I'll have to ask him sometime the exact year of the race car. But they all look the same. Those Malibus didn't change their appearance very much for several years. Double breakout win for Peterson. 1226 with a 4 on the 1229. And the buy run, the Bucky. Carl Bucky Owens. Once again, we will take no box back to the lane, 6 and 7. This will be third round for you guys. As box is hitting the water as we speak. Pat McGlynn, he's been coming out first or second quite a bit this year. He likes to run it early. And you can't argue with it with the success he has had. Brian Barton, wheeling the red Monte Carlo. I think that's about a 78 or 79, maybe an 80. I used to own one of these many, many moons ago. Mine was silver, but it was a street car. This is not. Barton with a 2-second handicap head start. Barton with the advantage on the light. Man, oh man, Brian Barton takes Pat McGlynn out. He might be buying that car after this weekend. 641 with a 7 on his ET. That was a good run by Barton. McGlynn 015 up front. 95 with a 3 on his 93. Chris Dieters, the Le Mans. Anthony Lane in the dragster. Chrissy went rounds yesterday as well. She's had a good weekend with a door car. Not with Chris's best light, and you can't do that against Anthony. You got to be tight on the light against Anthony Lane or he's going to beat you, and he just did. Anthony Lane, 497 with a 7 on the 494 ET. Dan Beal is Camaro. Scotty Marsden, his dragster. Nice to see Beal go a few rounds. He's used to watching his boys go rounds while he crew chiefs for him. It'd be great if Dad could get deep into a race. And he's trying to do just that, but Marsden, a tough customer. 006 light for Marsden, 004 for Beal. We got a drag race win to Scott Marsden. 491 with a 5 on the 489 as Beal falls off to a 52 on his 48. Cost him the race. Ooh, yow, he had a great light too. Brody Degnitz, our visitors this weekend. I understand they might be from Kentucky. I'm not gonna, don't nail me down on that, but this family might be from Kentucky if they are. Wow, they get the long distance award. And not only are they traveling a long distance, Brody's going a long distance in these races. He went to the final last night with this same dragster. PJ Mazuka, the Titan Electric door car. Mazuka with an advantage on the hit, and he's going to get the win. Dead on with a 2. 027 up front, PJ Mazuka. Jeff Wheats, the Barracuda. Last night's box / top eliminator winner, Sean Dieters. In the long and skinny. Almost identical reaction times. Win goes to the door car, Jeffy Wheats, 592 with a 2 on the 589. Margin of victory, 0.02 of a second. That was one close drag race. And you could tell by the way the numbers came up, it was one exactly. Dieter's right there with him. Kevin Verkler in his dragster. Trooper Dan Lassard in his dragster. And then the big difference is Kevin is over by the tower and Dan is over in the spectator side. Verkler is sponsored by Meeks Construction and Los Amigos Mexican Grill. Trooper Dan, Rivers Cities Engineering, and Bellevue Transportation. Once again, quick performance, no box, 6 and 7. Juniors back to the lane. Super to 5, novice to 4. Trip zips for Verk. Nice run, and he'll get the win. 466 with a 5 on the 64. Perfect light. That is our 6th perfect light of the weekend. You guys are out there killing it this weekend. There is some great drag racing on this racetrack. Rick Verkler in the Shorty Dragster. Hannah Ince in her pick-em-up truck. Hannah's truck went about 20 foot last round before something happened and it died. And it was a darn shame because she had a perfect light. And then the thing just went away on her 20 foot off the starting line. Looks like they got her fixed. So I'm anticipating a good race here because Rick came into this weekend leading the points in our box class. Burke's got her by 400s on the hit. And Rick Verkler's going to get the win. 19 over with an 013 light. Hannah pretty close to her ET. Her light was nothing special, and that cost her the drag race. Once again, novice junior to 4, super to 5. Jake Stansberry, dragster by the tower. Luke Cryer, dragster to spectator lane. Jake in at 474. And Cryer in at 532. Oh, 001 red for Cryer, and that'll end his day. Stansberry breaks out, does not matter. Race decided right on the starting line. Jacob Stansberry, the winner. It's like Brando Phillips with the bye run. Malachi Paxton coming up in his Mustang. Malachi, like I said yesterday, is vastly improving on his reaction times. And he's going to need it because Tyler Barsama came through our junior drag racer school, you might say. Always had good reaction times. Piloting a junior has maintained those good reaction times in the Cutlass. Oh, Malachi 003 red. He pushed it too hard. So Tyler's going to get the win. He breaks out. Doesn't matter. He knew he had it won anyway. Ends up going 667 on that 670 ET. 039 up front for Barsama. Super Junior by car number 243. Super Junior by car number 243. Novice Junior by 302X. Novice Junior by 302X. And here we go. A little bit more. Quick performance, no box. Good matchup coming at you. Siobhan Warner and his third generation Camaro, Pete McGlynn, whose son just happens to be standing right next to me watching Dad on the line, cheering him on. Over here by the tower, small block Chevy, front engine dragster. Siobhan dialed in at 673 and Peter's at 546. So Siobhan going to get just a little over a second handicap head start with the door car. Red light start for Pete, and that'll end his day. Siobhan with nothing special on the hit, but it was good enough. Ends up breaking out the back door. Doesn't matter. Jim Pruitt in the Beretta. Bobby Ince Jr., the Chevette. When these Chevettes came out, I never in a million years would have imagined them becoming race cars. They were just a compact car, had a little bitty four-popper in it. My sister had one. That might have been the slowest car I've ever driven in my entire life. That thing was a dog. But man, we got a couple of Chevettes here racing this weekend. They are not slow. All right, Bobby Ince Jr. with a win. Dead on with an 8. All right, a little more no box action. This is Jason as Brody, the Adrian's Auto Machine out of Clinton, Iowa. Ryan Robinson piloting his own race car. Imagine that. Hasn't happened half the time today, as Brian Barton's been driving this thing as well, but Robinson over there in his Monte Carlo taking on Deering. Jay steering with a win. Breakout run for Robinson, so he's surrendering the car full time to Barton now since he's done for the day. Tim Flynn in the Barracuda. Troy Bogner, the Camaro. And I got it right that time. And I got to be right with Troy's names. He's a big dude, ex-military. He might wear me out. 001 red for Flynn. Yowza, that close to a perfect light and doesn't get it. So Bogner with a win. 010 up front for Bogner. Dead on with a 10. So pretty good run for Troy. And here's the other Lancaster. This is Kevin Lancaster. He is Dougie's cousin with that 37 Chevrolet. I always love these 37 Chevys. And Kevin out here with one he built himself, painted himself. Good looking race car. Chad Stinson in the Shelby Mustang. Oh 13 the light for Lancaster. He will get the win as Stinson breaks up, trying to make the difference up. All right, no box bike, box bike. Both bikes, both classes of bikes. Wow, that's a lot of B's. No box bike, back to the lanes. You know where to go. Motorcycles back to the lanes, next round action. Sportsman on a short standby. Steve Agnish, the Oldsmobile Bubble. Parker Zimmerman in the wheel standing Firebird. He had this thing up pretty good, pretty much to the bumper on his first run, timed run yesterday. I was amazed that he didn't drag the bumper. He's settled it down a little bit since. .300th advantage for Parker. But the win goes to Agnish. 729. Actually, he's dead on with a 9. That's what won it for him as Parker falls off to a 636 on his 32. Agnish dead on with a 9 on his 727. So good run for Steve. Nader, the Nate Schroeder. B. Wrenchen and Pick'em Up truck taking on Terry Heller in the Vega. Heller used to have this car just covered with stickers. You couldn't even hardly tell what color it was, as he wanted that contingent money. But since that got pared down to like one sticker, he's able to clear the side of that thing off. I mean, for many years, it was just one sticker mobile, but good looking better this way. Oh, Nate sleeping on the tree a little bit for him anyway, but he gets the win nonetheless. Dead on a 615 ET. As Heller's off just a little bit. 040 light for Nate. He knows he has to tighten that up. And here comes the Tesla and Chris Tesla. Chris Tesler. Drew Beal. And that reminds me, want to congratulate Dalton and Bree Beal, their first anniversary. Congratulations to you two, Dalton and Bree, your first anniversary. And congratulations, you get a kid for your effort. They just had a baby a few weeks ago as well. So big things happening for Dalton and Bree these days. Drew up here in Papa's Le Mans 64. And Chris Tesla has got his work cut out for him because Drew knows how to wheel this Pontiac. He has an 024 light, and I think Chris is in trouble. Breakout run for the Electromobile. Drew Beal the win. 87 with a 6 on his 685. Bye run. Brandon Wheats. Motorcycles of the lanes, motorcycles of the lane. Kyle Carter, you have the bye. Kyle Carter, you have the bye. Bikes to the lanes. And we are, sportsmen, you are on standby. Be ready.
In the Freedom Motorsports side, we have Landon Ernest dialed in at an 8:38, racing Chloe McGlynn dialed in at an 8:01. Landit flips it pretty red, giving Chloe the W.
We have Sydney Johnson dialed in at 8:01 and Gunnar Painter dialed in at 9:02.
Gunner is in trouble. Sydney's got 500 on him on the let go. Gunner takes the win, running a 9:05 on his 9:02 dial.
We have Jaden Reeves in the Berkey side dialed in at 8:09 going against Declan dialed in at 8:35.
Separated 20 Hyundai on the tree. Jaden Reese takes the win, running a 24 on his 09. They're separated 9th thou at the stripe.
We have Calvin Holt in the Freedom Lane, dialed in at 895, and going against Jill Folt, dialed in at 779.
Ooh, there's Calvin 6 and Jillian 7. Jill takes the win, running 2 over. Just running 4th thou closer to her dial-in. They're separated 3rd thou at the stripe.
We have Maddie McGlynn in the Berkey side going against Alexa Burlett. Alexa Burlett is dialed in a 759 and Madison McGlynn is dialed in a 812.
Alexa's got the advantage. 200 on the launch. Alexa Burlett takes the win, running 62 on her 59. Maddie runs a 17 on her 12.
We have Ryerland Snodgrass in the Freedom Lane, dialed in a 790, going against Lainey Thomas in the Berkey side, dialed in a 801.
Laney's got the advantage on the hit. Ryer takes the win, running 2 over.
We have Leighton Cryer in the Freedom Sports Lane, dialed in a 903, and Jackson Reeves in the Berkey side, dialed in a 914.
Ooh, separated 4th thou on the launch. Leighton takes the win, running 7 on his 3. Jackson runs a 20 on his 14.
We have Cameron Verkler in the Freedom Lane, dialed in at 829, and Cam Rich in the Berkey's Lane, dialed in at 805.
got 1/10 advantage on the launch. Cam takes the win, running a 20 on her 5. Cameron runs a 39 on her 29.
We have Elijah Warner in the tower lane and dialed in a 1280, and Kai Cryer in the Berkey's lane dialed in a 1215. Whoever wins this race is going to the finals.
Lane 6 and 7 and box to 8 and 9. Sportsman in lane 6 and 7, box to 8 and 9.
Elijah turns it red, giving Kai the automatic win.
And here is our bye run.
Dignes as our bye run.
All right, Ray Degnitz going to the final round as he takes his bye run. So once again, sportsmen 6 and 7, box to 8 and 9. That will be third round for both of you. All right, down to 6 on our motorcycles. So you call it the quarterfinals, I would guess. And here they come. Once again, sportsmen 6 and 7, box 8 and 9. Thank Mason and PJ for taking care of the juniors for me. Suzuki by the tower. And that's Joe Clemmy. Kawasaki. Berkey's Farm Store Lane, and that's Turtle. A couple guys have raced each other quite a bit. It's a little Suzuki on cow action. 11 on the hit for Turtle. Double breakout win for Turtle. 74 with a 5 on the 76. Jeremy Wildman. Freedom Motorsports lane. Scotty Parker in the Berkey's Farm Store lane. Not much difference on reaction time. Big difference at the stripe. And when I say big, I mean we got a winner, we got a loser. Winner Wildman, loser Parker. So Wildman 532 on his 29 as Scotty falls off to a 609 with a 6 on his 607. Margin of victory, 0.003 of a second. So close drag race between those two motorcycle pilots. In our last pair in our bike category, Kyle Carter, who took out the points leader last round, taking on Jan McCartan, who had a bye run. McCartan 004 light, and Carter's in trouble. Sure enough, Jan McCartan 529 on the 518. Good run for McCartan. All right, sportsmen. Brandon Phillips in the Impala, Chris Tesler in the Tesla. And it's Chris Setzer, by the way, but that's our new name for him because we like to give Chris a hard time. Double breakout win for Brando. 1483 with a 4 on the 1484. Bucky Owens in the Firebird had the bye run last round. Has to race against Christopher Peterson, 56 Chevrolet this round. Bucky thanks Grape Ape Racing, CNB Racing, and Double A. All right, quick performance, no box. Let's get you back here. Quick performance, no box. Let's get you back up for next round of racing as we move along quite nicely here today. Bucky breaks out. Christopher Peterson the win. Norm Wheats in the Firebird. Braden Keller, the Camaro. Oh, red light start for Keller, and that'll end his day. All right, quick performance, no box. Back to the lanes, please. As box will be coming out next for their third round. All right, we'll take our supers and novice. Our novice is a final. Our novice junior final, our super junior class. Super to 5, novice to 4 for your fourth round action. It'll be a final for novice. All right, here we go with box top preliminary, we used to call them. Anthony Lane in the dragster. Jeff Wheat's in the door car, the Barracuda out of Morrison, Illinois. These two guys have went to war many times in the past. Wheat's been racing here many a moon. And so has Lane. So Anthony in at 495 and Wheats in at 590. Door car going to get about a second handicap head start. These guys have buku experience at this bracket racing thing. I'm anticipating 2 extremely nice lights and a good race. Oh, Wheats 001 red, that close to a perfect light. He figured he had to push the tree because Anthony usually cuts great lights. Anthony with an 026, good enough, but really not what he usually does on the tree. PJ Mazuka over in that spectator lane. He's been over there all day long. He must love it over there. Scott Marsden. With the dragster by the tower. So no box, you should be in 6 and 7. We'll take our juniors, novice final, and our super class to 5. 1/100th of an advantage to Marsden. Getting a little loogie up here after these long 2 days of racing. Win is going to go to Mazuka. 555 with a 5. Lots of 5s on his 554 dial. So PJ advances. Well, I believe this is Brian Barton in Robinson's car because Robinson got beat when last time he was out in the big red Monte Carlo. Jake Stansberry in the mechanized bridge work. Almost identical on the hit. Race goes to Barton. Holy smokes, he's doing great in Robinson's Monte Carlo. Kind of unbelievable. Usually you jump into somebody else's race car. It takes some adjustment time. Brian had some of that yesterday, but still cut pretty good lights. Today he's shooting the lights out of the tree and advancing and advancing and advancing. So good job by Barton. Rick Verkler by the tower and Brandon Phillips in the spectator lane. Pretty similar lights, pretty good lights by both of these racers. Win goes to the Verk. 10 over, 013 up front, 023 package. Rick Verkler, margin of victory, 0.02 of a second for Rick. So good drag race. Brandon right there with him. And now following his brother down the track, Kevin Verkler. And it looks like he has the bye run. So no box, you should be in the lanes. Juniors, you should be in the lanes. Might as well call motorcycles back up. Let's get all our bikes back up here for next round of action. All right, here we go. No box, the quick performance sponsored class. Brennan Wheats, White Trash Vega, Steven Agnish. These guys have been killing it on the tree all day long. I anticipate a couple of great lights. .038 for Agnish, .039 for Wheats. Not disappointed at all in these lights. They are awesome. Win to Brennan Wheats. Dead on with a 2. Kevin Lancaster, 37 Chevrolet. Jay Steering in the altered. Adrian's auto altered. AAA there, you might say. Adrian's auto altered. It's a roadie. Lancaster with a sweet light, and Jace going to be disappointed in his. Sure enough, Lancaster gets that victory. 32 of the 9 on his 631 dial. He had Darian off the line by about 300ths. and made it work at the stripe. All right, Tyler Barsima, the Cutlass. But he's got tough opposition in the Nathan Schrader, the Nader. A couple young men here on the line. And Barsima just turned 18 years old. Schrader in his 20s, got a young man, got a youngin' already, but still in his 20s. So a couple young men towing the line, getting ready to go to war, and these guys are good drag racers. Oh, 28 on the hit for Barsima. He's got the advantage. But the win goes to Schrader. 6:18 on the 15 as Tyler falls off an entire 10th on his ET. Cost him the win. All right, bikes. The lanes for next round action. Sportsmen 6 and 7 next round action. Bobby Inch Jr. in the Chevette. Drew Beal, Pontiac Le Mans, and I got another stellar drag race on tap here. Two young men going at it, both accomplished in their own right. Many wins between these two gentlemen. Inch sponsored by Inch Towing, JoJo's Convenience Store, Begler's Performance, his parents, and it says his cat, Fruiton. So nice sponsorship by the cat. Way to go, Junior. 003 on the hit for Junior, and Beal might be in trouble. He's giving up 500. Sure enough, Inch Jr. the win. 666 with a 0 on the 62. He won that thing right on the starting line. Siobhan Warner, third generation Camaro. Troy Bogner, first generation Camaro. So you can see how these cars changed about 30 years. So 30 years difference between the models, but both Camaros nonetheless. Once again, we need box bike, no box bike, sportsmen to the lanes. Bogner, 015 on the hit. I hear him pedaling it on the racetrack. He took the stripe. 608 with a 2 for Bogner and the win.
Freedom Motorsports lane, we got Gunner Painter dialed in at a 905. And in the Berkey's lane, we got Chloe McGlynn dialed in at an 804. There is Gunner gets about a 1 second head start on the let go. Gunner flips it red, giving Chloe the W.
We got Leighton Cryer in the Freedom Motorsports lane, dialed to 907, and in Berkey's lane we got Ryerland Snodgrass, dialed 791. About 1 second head start here, just a little over 1 second. Let's see how they do. And cuts a 019 light against Schreier's 92. Can he pull off the win here? And he does, double breakout win. Leighton goes an 06 on an 07. Ryer goes an 87 on a 91. Good job, Leighton. Up next, we got Jillian Full in the Berkey's lane here, dial old 780, and Alexa Burlett dialed 759 here in the Freedom Motorsports lane. Rerun over from last night's final here. Let's see if the outcome will be different for us here. Oh, Joe cuts 004 red against Alexa's 35 green, giving Alexa the win. He's dead on with a 9. Alexa runs 61 on a 59 dial.
We have Jaden Reeves in the Freedom's Motorsports lane, dialed in at 816, and Cam Rich in the Berkey's lane, dialed in at 805. And Cam Rich goes red, giving the automatic win to Jaden Reeves.
Lanes, we need motorcycles here in the lanes. Sportsmen in the lanes.
I need box in the lane.
We need box in the lanes. Box into lanes 8 and 9.
And here's our novice final. We have Kai Cryer in the Berkey's lane, dialed in at 1210, and Race dialed in at 1224. goes red, giving Kai the win. Congrats to Kai Cryer and his family for the win.
All right, Box, you've been called to 8 and 9, so let's get it rolling. All right, first out, Sportsman, as our box bikes, our motorcycles kind of pulling it together yet. So down to 3, I believe, in Sportsman, 3 in bikes. If I remember right, 5 in box. So we're getting down to it. Single digits in every class. First out, Sportsman. Brandon Phillips having to take this tower lane for the first time today as Christopher Peterson is over in the spectator side. Usually with these guys prefer the lanes they are not in. See Peterson come up in this tower side a lot of times, and Phillips usually in the spectator side. So somebody forced the other into something uncomfortable for this race, which is drag racing. Win to Brando, 1487 on the 1485 ET. Good light by Brandon as well, 028 up front. So Brandon gonna run against Norm Wheats here in the Firebird in the final in our Sportsman class as Norman takes his bye run. All right, Jeremy Wildman on the motorcycle, Jan McCartan on the motorcycle bikes. Here we go. Wildman at 5:31, McCartan at 5:18. McCartan red lights. So Jeremy Wildman's going to get that win. And McCartan actually loses twice. He red lights and he breaks out. So that's a double loss. That's what I'll say anyway, even though it really doesn't count for that. Hurts nonetheless. Good day for Jan McCartan nonetheless. So Wildman gonna go to our final, and he's gonna take on Turtle, Thomas Turtle Cole over here on his bye run. All right, no box. Back up here. No box. 6 and 7. Back to the lanes. Turtle goes 573 with a 4 on the 573. So pretty good hit by Turtle. Down to 5 cars in box. Anthony Lane, Rick Verkler. These guys matched up last night as well. Oh, 21 on the hit for Verkler, 0-12 for Anthony, and sure enough, that gives the win to Anthony Lane. 498 with a 2 on the 97. Next pair, Kevin Verkler. Hopefully going to have a little bit better fortune than his brother Rick. And he's taking on PJ Mazuka. And PJ going a lot of rounds today. Good job by the door car. Good job by piloting that thing by PJ as his Inchtoir crew chief puts him in the beams. So these guys have been shooting the lights out of the tree all day long. I anticipate a couple of stellar reaction times. Verkler with a 004, PJ with one he doesn't need, and it cost him the race. As Kevin Verkler, 467 with an 8, 004 up front, PJ 048 up front, cost him the drag race. Good run by PJ today nonetheless. High run, Brian Barton. All right, juniors back to the lanes. Juniors back to the lanes. Motorcycles back to the lanes. We'll just take anybody who won. It's round robin time, down to single digits in all our races. So if you have won and you're willing to come back up and ready to come back up, head back up to the lanes. Let's have you round robin time here at Cordova as we're down to single digits in every class, maybe some finals, and yes, some finals. So soon as you're ready, racers, we'll take you back to your designated lane so we can get our race concluded here today. Okie dokie, note box, here we go. Down to 5. Brendan Wheats in the Vega. Been over in that Berkey's Farm Store lane all day long. Kevin Lancaster, 37 Chevy. Kevin doing quite well today. He's gotten kicked out the first couple rounds in the last race he was here, but he is doing well with the classic Chevrolet. Got his work cut out for him this time as Wheats has been on a roll today. 028 red for Kevin as Wheats kills the tree with a 005 light, and he'll get the win. Nate Schrader to the B-Wrench and S10 pick-em-up truck. The Bandit Chevette piloted by Bobby Ince Jr. These young men have went head-to-head on more than one occasion. Pretty similar on the hit. We got a race. Win to Bobby Ince Jr. 664 with a 4 on a 63. Margin of victory, 0.04 of a second. Yowza, that was a good race. As Schrader goes 616 with a 6 on his 15 dial. Wow, that was a close one, folks. 4,000 of a second. There isn't nothing you can do in 4,000 of a second but win a drag race. Can't even blink that fast. Troy Bogner, our by run. Once again, round robin time. If you win, back to the lanes. It is a possibility we have some weather on the way, so we expect to get this race in, but we might have some weather on the way. So, racers, back to the lanes just as soon as you can so we can get this thing in the books.
All cars, all winners back to the lanes. I need all winners back to the lanes.
Alexa Burlett in the Berkey's Lane dialed in at a 763.
Gives up here in this Freedom Motorsports lane, dialed 813. Got over a second head start, I think.
Alexa with about a half a second wait as she got to watch Jaden go down the racetrack. Alexa Burlett with the advantage on the hit. And Alexa takes the win, running dead on with a 4 on her 763. Jaden also runs dead on with a 3, but it's just not good enough. 006 finish line.
Fryer in the Freedom Motorsports lane, down in at 903 Racing. Chloe McGlynn down in at 804. Chloe's got to wait a whole 1 second and watch Jaden go down the racetrack. Chloe with the advantage on the let go. Chloe with the win. Separated 2 thou at the stripe. That is a close race.
All right, going to have a couple of young ladies in our final for Super are going to be Alexa Burlett, Chloe McGlynn. Alexa trying to double up this weekend. She won the Super race yesterday. Trying to do the same thing today. Tough to do. And I reiterate, racers, just as soon as you are ready, if you are a winner, back to the staging lanes. And I don't have to tell you what lanes to come up in. You know that by now. So if you won your race, back to the lanes just as soon as you can. It is round robin time here at Cordova. right, our motorcycle final coming to the water. Riders looking to make up a little hay on Tom Clemmy, who was leading the points coming into Saturday morning. Added to that lead Saturday, but got kicked in, I think, in the second round today. It might have been the third. None of it, I think it was the second. So everybody else trying to make up some pointage on Mr. Clemmy as the day goes on. This is Turtle, Thomas Cole, Turtle Man, runner out of Davenport, Iowa, sponsored by Yoto 24 Drag Bike Diapers, Mid Drivers Music, and MPS Racing. He's a runner out of Davenport over in that Berkey's Lane. Jeremy Wildman over here by the tower. And he had some wild leathers on yesterday. Went with a straight black today. Wildman 004 red. Congratulations to Thomas Turtle Coyle on your win in our motorcycle class here today. All right, looks like our sportsman final coming into the water. Stormin' Norman Wheats and his daughter Shelby's Trans Am. Always love the paint on this thing. Kind of an iridescent blue. Taking on Brandon Phillips and his Impala. Brandon been wheeling this four-door Maestro for many years now, with great effectiveness, and Norman just as effective in the Pontiac. So these guys going all the way to 1320, and we're going to decide the sportsman class right here and right now. Clean and green for both these drivers. Win to Brandon Phillips. Congratulations, Brando. Norm did not have a very good reaction time. Brandon did. He went 009. And I think Norm knew he was beat. He got about 100, 200 foot out. I got off the gas of that Pontiac because he realized he had cut a not so stellar light, and Brandon had him. So Brandon Phillips, our winner in Sportsman today. Down to 3 racers in box. Here's 2 of them. Kevin Verkler in the dragster. Tell you what, he's had this tower lane all day. Lane choice has been good for Kevin. Brian Barton, the red Monte Carlo. Both of these two have just been killing it on the tree. Wouldn't surprise me a bit if they both went 00 on reaction time. .011 on the hit for Verkler, .010 for Barton. Yes, they did it. Win to Kevin Verkler, dead on with an 8. .011 up front. Barton fell off to a 41 with a 5 on his 39, and that cost him the drag race. Here's our bye run, Anthony Lane, and he looks like he's going to make a lap. So going to be Kevin Verkler against Anthony Lane in our final in box. Anthony looking for information. As he toes the line. Dialing at 497. We'll see if he intends on running that or if he just keeps it to the floor. .012 on the hit. 495 with an 8 on the ET. No box, 3 cars left in no box, and here comes the first pair. Troy Bogner over here by the tower, Brennan Wheats in the Vega. Spectator lane. Bogner's got quite a resume of 1 races with that Camaro, but Wheats has just been on a roll today. Very impressive watching Brennan go rounds in the little Chevrolet. Wheats owns him by a 100th on the hit. Win goes to Brennan Wheats. 10 over, 020 on the reaction time. Bogner 9 over, 036 on the reaction time. That race won right on the line, the starting line. By run Bobby Ince Jr., and he will advance on against his buddy Brennan Wheats. To the final for no box. Ince Jr. trying to get a good spot to launch that little Chevette. He's 002 red, but he's getting closer. Doesn't matter on the bye run, so he's doing some experimentation with the little Chevrolet to see how far he can push it. All right, folks, 3 races left. Super Juniors got their final, and they're coming to the water shortly. No Box has their final, and Box has their final, and then we are putting a bow on this race number 5. Quartermax Racing Components, bracket race number 5. We'll be back out on track next weekend for the $100,000 race, July 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Sponsored by Gulf Stars and Stripes and powered by Fuel Factory. So all you bracket racers, you need to be out here and win you some major coin next weekend here at the racetrack, 4th of July weekend. Final round, Super Junior, couple young ladies. Just like yesterday. Yesterday was a couple young ladies. One of the ladies is the same. This is Alexa Burlett over here by the tower. She won Super Junior yesterday, trying to double up. Standing in her way, Chloe McGlynn over in the spectator side. Chloe McGlynn in at 8:05. Alexa Burlett 7:63. McGlynn with about a half second handicap head start. Alexa with an advantage on the reaction time, and Alexa Burlett doubles up. Congratulations to the Burletts. 2 wins this weekend. Alexa gets them both. 766 with a 6 on her 763 ET. 018 light for Alexa Burlett. Nice run. Chloe McGlynn, 811 with a 6 on her 805 dial. 042 light for Chloe. So good race. Congratulations once again to Alexa. Got a few minutes. Want to thank everybody for coming out today. Had a wonderful day of drag racing here at the track. It's been a great weekend. I don't want to curse it since we got a couple races left, but it has been a smooth one. And we certainly enjoy that. I know you racers do. Just made a comment a minute ago. We were thanking God for the cloud cover we had today because they were talking 90 degrees going into Sunday. We didn't get to that. Thank goodness for the clouds, and we didn't get to that because it would have been a little bit tough to take, as you racers anyway. So good deal for the clouds. Pretty good weather weekend. Kind of humid, but that's going to happen. It's summertime. It's the Midwest. So thank you one and all for coming out and racing. Next week, the $100,000 race. The weekend after that, back to brackets, and we're doing a double up again Saturday and Sunday. So lots of racing on the calendar in July. The Junior Chaos on the calendar, July 18th and 19th. That includes Jet Fest. Bracket races on July 11th, July 12th, July 25th, and July 26th. So 4 bracket races coming up in July. A big 100K race, Junior Chaos. I tell you, you're running a junior dragster. It's going to be a busy month for all of you, as we are right in the thick of it now when it comes to drag racing in our schedule. Well, folks, you heard it. We have weather on the way. Whiteside County under a warning right now. We've been watching the weather blob for a while now. I think it is quite a few little ways away yet, but it is coming. So time to pack up. If you haven't already done that and you're done racing for the day, get her packed up and probably do it rather quickly because I think it's going to be raining pretty soon. We will have no trouble, I don't think, getting our finals in. We might see a little bit of precip on the way home. All right, 2 final rounds left. Box coming out first. Or top eliminator, a couple of dragsters, a couple guys that have went head-to-head many times in the past, and we're going to decide it today between these two drivers. Anthony Lane, the proprietor of Lane Automotive and Speed. Green and purple machine. At Berkey's Farm Store Lane. Kevin Verkler by the tower. The yellow and red machine. Both these guys with recent wins under their belt. Anthony Lane won Summer Nationals just last weekend in this very same dragster. I seen Verkler win a race last year with this same dragster in 2025. So both these guys got W's under their belts. Anthony very recently, that means last weekend, so fresh in his mind, looking to get another one. But Kevin standing in his way. Thanks Meeks Construction and Los Amigos Mexican Grill. Red light start for Anthony, and that decides it right there. Anthony Lane 001 red, so 1,000th of a second too quick on the hit for Anthony. Congratulations, Kevin Verkler, on your win today in box. No box final, Brennan Wheats, Bobby Ince Jr. Telling you what, both these young men shooting the lights out of the tree all day long. This thing might be decided right on the starting line. Brennan in the white Vega, Ince in the red Chevette. Trip zips for Wheats. He kills it. Sure enough, all the wind to Bobby Ince Jr. I think Brennan giving the stripe back. Ince Jr. with a win. 663 with a 3. Dead on with a 3. Brennan Wheats 693 with a 7 on his 692. He must have given the stripe back to him, because that was a triple zip light for Brennan Wheats, an 011 light for Bobby Ince Jr. Bobby Ince Jr. the winner. Congratulations on your win in No Box today. So everybody have a safe trip home. Get packed up and get moving as we have weather on the way. Drive home safe like I just said. This is Mike and the Mike, and we are out.